and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. Out of the darkness, out of the fear, here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chill start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your red where the fear will stick, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Slash all your dreams. A demon preys on the weak. You better watch out for me. Mistakes were made, you will see. You should've never crossed me, cause now you'll never stop me. Revenge was my calling. Now you're a dead man walking, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. It's Friday, and that means Friday. So today we are returning to the Amnesia collection, or more specifically, our playthrough of Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Let me grab my controller and let's see what is ahead of us. So far we collected 3 trophies on our descent, but we are far from the ending of the game, at least I feel like. Now let's start it up and let's see. Now once again, as always, I am accompanied by a wonderful cup of tea, and you can help me unlock my new emoticon by activating my hydrate redeem. As you can see, the counter in the corner. Now let's see what is waiting for us in the dark. Not much changed in the menu. I don't know if it ever will change, but it might, who knows. Let's continue. Yes. And that is exactly how I finished the last week's episode. It's really nice how it saves right in that moment when you exit. And we made our way to this new area, so let's look around. I know that I found some oil. As you can see here, a glass jar of oil. It is filled with oil, yes indeed. Unfortunately, it's not the kind of oil that I can fill my lantern with, and as you can see, the flame in my lantern is barely flickering at this point. And I don't have that much fuel for the lantern. I have a lot of laudanum. Hopefully it will be useful later on, though that means I will get hurt, so maybe keep it useless for now. It's a nice place. It would be nice to scale the wall and somehow make our way up there, but I don't think that will happen. However, I feel like those platforms will be important later on. Now, I think this is where the oil was. Let me touch the oil. No more oil is needed. Okay. Okay, so this is a place we can go to. And this is a staircase that we will not be using, it seems. Anything maybe under here. I don't know why I'm looking for secrets in this game. So far I have not found even one singular secret, but that is just the trophy hunter in me. Ooh, cube. I'm quite unsure why am I so thrilled about finding a cube, but who knows. Oh, another passageway I can't use. Fantastic. Now we don't know much about this area yet, other than it has a lot of pipes, and something important will happen here, since the petals so far always led us to something of importance in our descent. So maybe let's pull this lever. The lever is stuck. Its gears need to be greased. Oh, I just happen to have what you need for that. Some oil. Yeah, get it in there. Alright, I see. Well, we appear to be stuck. A broken pipe is blocking the ladder, however it got somewhat damaged by the impact. I do wonder why a pipe is even there, if the ladder is supposed to be positioned on this side, and also this entire mechanism is built in a way that it controls the ladder. Why would you put this pipe here? But hey, let's make it a more sad looking pipe. Come on. Yeah. That is a sort of reverse excitement for our poor pipe. And now we can climb up, which is, I'm assuming, really important, and hopefully that pipe will not be. Okay, so as I said, those platforms will be important, at least it seems like for now. Interesting lights. These are not lights, these are levers. Control room. Well, let's try to pull the levers. What's the worst that can happen? Nothing is maybe the worst thing that could happen. Would you believe that's exactly what happened? So I'm assuming the other lever should have lowered that. But hey, we got access to yet another room. Nice. Now can I actually go in here? The red taint bursts from the walls as if they had begun to bleed. He cried out in fear as the spectacle began to consume the blue shimmer. Nice.
Herbert, how did we find this place?
An old friend back in Algiers gave me a map.
Why isn't he with us? Didn't he want to come?
He wanted to, Daniel, but things don't always turn out the way we planned.
Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. Congratulations for your first, and thank you for the daily check-in, as well as the hydrate. Let me take a sip. How are you doing on this fine evening? This is a lovely place. It reminds me of the machine room that we had to venture through in order to get the elevator working, and it's nicely illuminated by plentiful light. Why can't I grab this? Must be a really, really heavy chair. I tried to aim for 69 today, in something at least. Well, I hope you reach your desired number. Plenty of rusty pipes. Well, this seems almost cozy in a way. And indeed, I will look through everything I can find because I'm really low on oil. And I would like to change that. Much like to change that. Oh, I can pick this up. Well, at least we have somewhere to sit down. Or maybe if there's an enemy nearby, they can sit down here and wait for me while I'm looking for the oil. So we have 3 doors. This one seems to be special. My lovely monster, short question on your thoughts. Of course, please go ahead, ask whatever you'd like. No, we don't know much about this place. The only thing we heard from a flashback, a memory of Daniel, is that during the dry season some sort of fungus moss is growing around here, possibly because of the earlier wet environment, and that is toxic, so we will have some trouble with that, I'm assuming. No, it was mentioned that there is an antidote, which I assume we will have to obtain or maybe craft ourselves. We'll see about that, but let's try this door first. Nice. You kinda know my playstyle and preferences so far. Do you think I would enjoy playing Amnesia? It's a good question. But I actually haven't seen you play many horror games, unfortunately. I do remember when you played Unsorted Horror, but I was just lurking there. Many times when I see other people play horror games, I try to not spoil myself, even if I played those games before, just to make my own streams more authentic. But I would say that you could potentially enjoy it. The only thing, well, don't start it on the hard mode, obviously, but the only thing that might be slightly frustrating is the fact that you can really easily run out of oil. So if I can give you any advice, is try to use your tinder boxes to light whatever light source you have around you, because you will run out of oil. Other than that, most of the monsters, enemies so far are not overly annoying, and the puzzles are kind of fun. I would say yes, it would be an interesting experience. I don't know about the later on episodes. I don't know much about A Machine for Pigs. Rebirth is one that I mostly completely missed, even existing. The Bunker I would recommend, because the gameplay base of the Bunker is based on an old game of frictional games that I absolutely adore. But once again, in that case, not the oil but the fuel is limited. So if you don't like to necessarily be hurried or rushed in a game, I advise against it a bit. In Amnesia, in this one, The Dark Descent, what I like is, as long as you are in a somewhat lit environment, so Daniel doesn't go mad, and you don't have your lantern up, which you should always pay attention to, you can sit and think about whatever you want, have a little monologue, which I do quite a lot, and the game will not punish you for it. So if you are resourceful, I think it is a great experience. Now this is a game I haven't seen in a while. Welcome in, Vivian. Indeed, this is a quite old game, and I know most people already know it, but I actually got to experience it again on the PlayStation due to my wonderful viewers who founded it on my throne. So if you ever want to help me play another game, or maybe suggest one, you can do that on my throne page. Thank you very much. Now, interestingly, I played this game a really long time ago, so I don't remember the details. I don't necessarily remember the puzzles and such. It was a long time ago. I think it's easily more than 10 years old, this game is, so it's nothing new, but I think it is a fun addition to my repertoire. It's good to not remember everything for a game like this. Yes, indeed. For a horror game it's important, because if you know what will happen right away, it doesn't work as well. Now let me light this. If you know all the set pieces, it's not got quite the same impact. Yes. Oh, we found the pipe. I don't know why that is important, but I will put it here so I don't forget about it. Obviously this game is quite important in the world of horror when it comes to video games. I don't treat it like the scariest game of all time, as I explained in my earlier streams. I don't think this title makes much sense, since horror is quite subjective and the landscape of video games change way too fast for such a title to hold much meaning, but it is certainly a really fun game, and I do like the game style that Frictional Games is going for. I greatly enjoyed their previous season called Penumbra. I did think Amnesia was good, but then the second game, A Machine for Pigs, was developed by another studio, while I do believe Frictional Games went on to develop Soma, and then I kind of lost them for a bit, but it's nice to rediscover this game. A heavy gate, what a surprise. Maybe I have to turn this cog. No, there is a possibility that I could just run or sneak under this. But then I get myself so locked, which wouldn't be good. So let's be clever about this and get the help of some boxes. And that is something I can't say unique to Frictional Games' games, but something that I greatly appreciate about them, that the physics in their game engine is quite fascinating. Because indeed, as it turns out, Frictional Games uses their own game engine called HPL, if I'm not mistaken. And I find it fascinating that they, as a quite tiny independent studio, could make their own game engine. As I anticipated, they added one of these on this side as well, so you cannot get yourself soft-logged, but better to be safe than sorry. So this place is apparently a bit bigger than meets the eyes. That's okay. But now that Vivian is here, I can talk about a fun little thing that happened on one of my earlier streams. You see, after I finished with one of my streams, I wanted to raid Vivian. And by that time, Vivian actually went on to do their own stream. And I do remember the name in typing, but not how to pronounce it, as I often forget about such details. And I tried to pronounce it. No, Vivian, that part I'm okay with, but the last name is trickier, so I try to pronounce every letter, right? It's an R-U-H-I-G, it's Ruhig. Yes, but I was corrected by one of my wonderful viewers that I most likely butchered that name completely, so I went on to raid them and ask them how to pronounce the name. And as it turns out, the story is that a long time ago, when humankind conceived this name, they had the same idea, that since we write 5 letters, we should maybe pronounce them. But then they got a thought, a fleeting thought just raced through their minds, and they said, no, one day a monster will try to pronounce it. And what if he gets it right away? We can't have that. And so they decided the age should be silent. And thus, they created a booby trap just for me. But now I know it's Ruhig. But as much as I understand that words and pronunciation evolves, it still begs the question that I think everyone would ask right away as they learn about this, well, if the age is silent, why is it there? And the answer to all of those who might be learning a language and ask this, well, it is to fuck with you, dear learner. That's the only thing why this is. And that's true for every language you can imagine. For example, the French language. There, they just sprinkle in random letters. You don't have to pronounce them. Half of them don't even make any sense, but they are there just to fuck with you. And that's how you learn a language. Now let's return to the game. The treacherous age, yes. It is all true. Even Vivian confirms it. No, not the French. The French language is fascinating in a lot of ways, but this is one of those things where I just find it really funny how a lot of letters are silent, but that's okay. A wooden crank. I don't know why I need that, but I have it. And I'm happy about it. Ooh, it's bolted down. I love that I have to go through here exploring everything, and I absolutely need to use my lamp because there are not many lanterns. Yet, there's no oil anywhere nearby. I'm really starting to get worried about my oil. You see? Ask and you shall receive. I'm still waiting on that cute Schützebusch girl I was dreaming of, Fate, just putting it out there into the world, you know. Every word is 75% vowels, and none of them are pronounced the way it's read. Exactly. But that's how it's fun, isn't it? You have to have some fun in your languages, otherwise it's just so dry. Okay, I think we looked through everything. Never mind. There's one more room. What is this even supposed to be? A bench? A table? What is this? A staircase leading to a wall? Odd things, I'm telling you. I always think you can open these boxes, but you can't. Now let's look around. Maybe someone hit something useful here. Now, one thing that I noticed about this game, and in a way I do like that because it shows how it was made, is its structure. You see, in the beginning we have that part where Daniel is a bit under the weather and drunk off of his memories, or rather the loss of them, and that is a kind of linear part, right? Now after that we get into one of the holes, as in H-A-L-L, not the kind of hole you fall into, and there you have a sort of hub area that lets you visit different rooms and parts of the castle. So in that case there was, I do believe, the wine cellar, the laboratory and the archives, and then you move on. And we moved on towards the refinery, and I think that's where we have once again a quite linear part where we have to make our escape from the invisible water creature, or squirrel fish. You will maybe one day learn why I call it that. Now after that we move on and once again find ourselves in Lurk. Enjoy the game. I've got some evening things to do. Thank you very much for joining, and I hope whatever evening things you have to do will go wonderfully. Now, we once again find ourselves in a hub area, and there we can access the storage, the machine room, and the guest room. There's one more room there, I do remember, the study, yes. So in each of these linear parts, the point is that you get through them. You don't necessarily have to collect items. Sometimes you will pick up a few things, but mostly what you need is obviously placed and near wherever you have to use it. For example, the needle that you have to use to open the door, this one here, or the lantern itself in the beginning. Now in the hub areas you have something you need to do, an objective in the first area, that is dissolving the organic matter, or the limbs of the shadow, I shall call it, I assume, which we do. In the second area we have to get the elevator working. Now after that we use the elevator quite in an avant-garde way. It's called plummeting to the earth, and well, we do descend, and it's quite dark, so I guess we got that right. And then we have the dungeons, and even though the dungeons is made up of multiple parts, they are quite linear, I would say, because you don't need to, and in certain cases I don't even think you can return to earlier parts of the map, or rather the earlier map part. And yes, in structure quite a labyrinthine map, but it's a linear thing. And then we make our way to the kitchen. I do believe in the last one we open a lock and we find ourselves here. And now once again we have an area with multiple exits. It's a hub world. We don't necessarily know what we need to do just yet. That is the tricky thing with letting the player explore, because maybe I went to the wrong place first. I'm not sure, but by the end of it we figure it out. Now in the first such area with the refinery entrance, I was able to put things together quite quickly, because every tale that the game explained to us was kind of linked to one area. So one for the study, one for the wine cellar, and so on. In the second such area I was a bit confused. You might remember my stream that some of the loading screen texts didn't make much sense for me, but once I looked around everywhere I kind of put it together, and I also realized that I missed an item and I could go back. Now here I think once again we will have a clear objective, and we will have to go through all these areas that we can now access from this hub world to make our escape, or rather progress further in the story. Now what is interesting, this part where I'm standing right now, it greatly reminds me of the machine room, as I mentioned, but instead of an elevator I guess we have to work with these pipes and machinery, which is quite intriguing, but I'm pretty sure we are missing something, or rather some things, and we will have to gather those from earlier areas. So let's look around for papers, because I didn't read them. I think this was the first, but I just realized that is a fake paper. It happens sometimes in games, for example fake doors, or texture doors as I like to call them, when the developers or the map designers decide that it would be interesting to have a door as part of the wall. It makes it more interesting, which I do understand. However, it's a bit tricky because you cannot open it. Yes, we did get a handle from here. Wooden crank, a crank for a machine. So we did get something. It will be useful later on. Don't question it just now. Oh, this I can actually pick up. Machine. Okay, let's learn about this machine, because once again, I'm pretty sure we will be tasked with fixing it. And well, if it goes as greatly as repairing the elevator, I guess we will only partially blow ourselves up. 13th January 1799. That's a long time ago, even in the game. I think we are in the 1800s, so that's interesting. The work I have put into this machine is unequaled. What? Unequaled. Okay, maybe I can't read for a moment. By the reasoning of any man. The thought that generations of men have passed away since I first attempted to reconstruct the design is most tiring. The limitations of this world have made my work incredibly difficult. I have a feeling once again that this is written by Alexander, because he has a tendency to talk about humans as kind of a different species, and even their world, Earth, a sort of alien world to him. It's quite interesting. It has forced me to build a thing almost 100 times larger than the delicate contraption it tries to emulate. Oh, that is interesting. So he knows, let's say, from his world that is maybe more advanced in such technology, he knows how this machine should work. It is much smaller in his world, but because human technology, at least in the 1700s, was more cruel, more simple, he had to make it much bigger, which makes sense. It's kind of how you can make a microchip in Minecraft, a binary computer. You need the blocks and the redstone torches and the redstone and make it into this ginormous cube of sorts, while the real CPU is much more complicated than that and much smaller. But indeed, you can take any idea and try to make it bigger or smaller. Now, there are limitations. For example, with liquids, you will have a difficult time after you try to make it really small or really big. So you can scale everything, but it is quite interesting. Not to mention the flow of tamed lightning crudely replaced by pressured steam pushing its way through pipes and turbines. I mean, sometimes you just have to not compensate, but if you don't have tamed lightning, then maybe pressured steam will be enough. It shames me to think what the inventor would have thought of my monster, where he works with a magnifying glass to carefully fix all the parts. I push 5 men to erect a tower of wrought iron in the hope it will have even the tiniest hint of the power found in a traveler's locket. Ooh, what is a traveler's locket? I'm curious. There is no next page. So we actually learned pretty much nothing about this machine. Wonderful. Thank you. Well, oh, sorry. That was the that was the staircase itself. So actually we didn't learn how to fix this thing, or even if it needs fixing. I think this is the last room. And nothing. Now I'm not sure what's the source of steam here. Maybe it's the same as the elevators, though I doubt that. The steam would after a while just cool down. And we didn't burn that much coal. But hey, let's go back. He waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness, but no shape or contour appeared. Contour, what a nice word. I'm pretty sure it's French. That OER ending gives me that impression. Now let's actually go down. I just had a really interesting thought. I have to look into it. So, what else can we do? Okay, let's try to open it. Who bets that some of those shadow fleshy things will grow onto it just like the main gate? No, it just won't budge. Classic. Alright, in that case we are going here because this is the only part that I didn't check yet. Let me guess, it's caved in. The water is too deep to traverse safely. So this is stopping our dark descent. I was kind of waiting for one of those enemies to appear, but apparently not. So we actually have a slightly smaller area here with only 3 possible well, areas, rooms, and one is the puzzle itself, so I'm assuming we have to go that way. But I should also look at my notes, but not before I welcome Elior. Thank you for the daily check-in 25 times, a quarter to 100, thank you very much. Oh, and the stretch and posture check, thank you. Of course, don't forget yourself to do the same, if indeed, if. I hope you are doing great. What are you up to on this fine evening, or it's not the evening for you, I think. It's quite early for you in a way. But how is the weather? I'm hearing that it's getting warm in the mortal realm, or at least in the northern hemisphere. It's only about 11 AM. Well, compared to the evening, that is quite early. The heat isn't too bad right now, I'm happy to hear that, but don't forget to drink plenty, which I shall do. Was really bad the other day. Oh, how bad was it? Is it? What? How bad was it? I can't really work with Fahrenheit, but I can try my best. Let's see what we wrote. Repair the machine powering the eastern bridge. Okay, I figured that much. To enter the sewer, it must first be drained. Wait, I was waist high, or rather deep, in sewer water. It was surprisingly clean, you know, after Resident Evil 2 and Raccoon City, and, well, actually Resident Evil 3 as well. I am surprised. Now, so that is the eastern one. I will be honest, I have no idea how we know that. But look, Daniel is just good. So we can go there. I guess that is the western bridge. Now I will try to just walk over. I'm curious if I fall down. Yes, I will. Yes, I will, but I fell on this lovely pipe, so it didn't hurt much. Oh, if only I could climb up on this pillar of water to reach the light on the other side of my cage. Would be nice, but that's what Daniel is hoping for. What I'm hoping for is we will find something in the cistern. We are in the cistern. Alexander knew there must be a way to finish the ritual before it was too late. He had to teach his friend to harvest the VT. That much was certain. I still don't know how to pronounce that word, so... Every time I see it, I come up with a different pronunciation. Maybe one time I will get it right. So there's water there. Not sure if I want to fall into said water. Though there might be something hidden in it.
You're conserving water from the spring.
Yes, it enables me to control the water in the drain sewers to some extent. Also, it can be used for all sorts of purposes.
Like for drinking.
Yeah.
Well, that too. But mostly to run different machines.
Ah, like water mills.
Exactly.
I was actually thinking when Alexander said for a number of things, what could he mean? And I was thinking, okay, maybe you can drink it, you can use it to shower, but hey, you need a lot of water for waterboarding as well. But yeah, it's good for steam machines. Now, let's see. The question is, can I safely get into this water? So far I hear no footsteps following me. That's good. Haha! Always go the unintended way. Always. I'm kind of concerned that once the generation of children who grew up playing these games will actually become adults and have jobs and all that, will they always do the exact opposite of what you ask them? Because that will be troubling. Excuse me? Okay, maybe I can go around here. What the heck happened here? Alright. So we have a valve there, and I'm sure that does something. Ooh, chest. Oh, y'all! I feel so American playing this game, I'm sorry. It is a rude thing to say, but hey, stereotypes are just that, stereotypes. This is not part of the design, or rather the structure. This seems to be movable. A faint murmur echoes through the large empty chamber, but it's not hung on a chain or something, so it can be moved like that. But maybe there's an opening on its top so the water can flow into it. It kind of looks like this design as an overflow prevention system. So if the water is up to this level, that's okay, but once it goes further up, this extra pipe makes sure that it doesn't just flood everything. Really clever and simple way to deal with such. Alright, so I guess we're going back. Or rather, double back, tracing our steps back to where we came from. Okay. It's really nice, and I like the water. It looks great in this game. Quite a lovely graphical effect. And the drops of water falling into the flooded area and that echo in this large tunnel. It's really nice. It's a really quite calming atmosphere, actually. It's attached to a rusty chain in the ceiling. Like, give me something and I break it. I'm Daniel. I don't overcomplicate things, okay? Let me see. Okay. Now, let's aim and fire! I'm a fucking genius. And I even kept my rock. How good is that? I'm concerned that I just left something reach me, but hey, it's okay. Hopefully. Everything is broken here, but there's wooden board here, and that suggests to me that someone was here after all this collapsed and they needed a sort of makeshift bridge.
7th of August, 1839. There is no denying that Alexander puts a lot of faith into what I can only describe as magic. I'm not surprised. Even while traveling across Europe, I assumed I would have to embrace the supernatural to save my mind and life. As a novice, I do everything in my power to stay focused and not dwell too much on my own doubts. Alexander woke me up early and told me it was time we got started on our work. He was obviously excited to get going, and we headed downstairs to the old dungeon, where he preferred to attempt his rituals. It turns out that Alexander is a true Renaissance man, paralleled only by Da Vinci, I'm sure. He showed me several rooms fitted for specific research, such as anatomy studies, alchemy, and botany. The crown of Brennenburg must be the inner sanctum, a most hallowed ground where we shall attempt to permanently banish the orb's shadow.
I'm curious if this tour of the castle led by Alexander, is this the one that we, or rather Daniel, keeps remembering slowly as we descend and remind him of these areas? And that actually makes sense. I just kind of realized that as we progress through the game, we see and reach new and new areas, but those areas are actually rooms and structures that Daniel already has seen before, right? He's been to all these places most likely, and so seeing them reminds him, it triggers his memory to return, and that is in a way realistic, that it focuses his thoughts on what he is seeing, and that makes him wonder about what he knows about it. So it's really quite clever, but I do wonder if this tour was the one that we keep hearing about, because this was obviously early on in their partnership, let's call it, because he doesn't know yet about the torture and all that. He talks about Alexander as this most not scientific, but but curious man who is conducting all sorts of research, and that is quite interesting. But I'm sure that will change with time, Daniel's perception of Alexander, and that will lead him to drink that concoction. But for now, we shall get our legs moving. I just realized that right in the middle, I thought that was a drainage pipe and that flickering was the water coming out. That is actually the reflection of that torch. That is impressive. That's really impressive. I don't know why these games didn't get more attention for the engine. Maybe they got and I just kind of overlooked that, but it's really quite fascinating how well they made this engine. Now, let's see what else we know. Now, it's nice that oil that we found the first of the diaries or notes. That means we didn't miss any, and that's why I'm trying to go in a sort of linear fashion, so whatever I see I go there right away. Redirect sewer water. I don't know which one I should open first, which valve, so I will not pull or rotate just anything yet. I think that's the careful thing to do, because we still have a lot of places to explore. We already went there. That is the chamber of something, and that is steam. Now I have two options here. One is to get something between me and the steam, or just run when it seems to be safe, like so. Can I move this? Yes, I actually can move this. But then again, it would be nice to know what it does before I do anything silly. I wouldn't want to drown myself. Now, what was that? Redirect sewer water. Again? How many times can I redirect sewer water? Interestingly, these boxes cannot be moved, which is concerning because I would like to move them. Now, what is this?
August 1839. I could never be certain until today that I was on the right path. Using my orb, Alexander managed to channel its power unto us. The inner sanctum flared with blue, fiery light, and I could feel the same things I felt in the dark chamber in Algeria. It was like standing in a mad whirlpool of impressions. It was terrifying, but Alexander kept calm and wielded strange tools of science in order to tame the storm. Suddenly, the blue light was stained by strains of red, and the walls burst with pulsating tissue resonating with the scene. Alexander quickly covered the orb in some cloth, and the unspeakable thing vanished. Apparently, the orb's shadow is closer than Alexander thought. He said I should prepare for a warding ritual tomorrow. I'm not sure what he expects, but I have a bad feeling about this.
Pulsating tissue? Is that what's growing all over the castle now? Walls covered? That sounds about right. But hey, we'll do our best. Now, we have so far 4, I think, valves and no explanation what we should do. And this is actually the ending of this place. This is a dead end. So all I can do is go back and try things one by one. Can I actually jump up here? Nah. They made sure there's no such trickery here. So we had two valves that were labeled with sewer redirect, which is what I guess we have to do, and one was just a valve. Excuse me? Redirect sewer water. What's this?
9th of August, 1839. It is still early, and Alexander is busy preparing for the ritual later today. Seeing him this worked up makes me question why. What does he stand to gain? I realize he is curious about it all, but surely there must be more. Is he so foolish he will attempt to tame the power of the orb? I must admit that yesterday, when Alexander flooded the inner sanctum with blue light, I realized we had but graced the orb's true potential. This might turn out to be more than escaping a creeping shadow. It might be the beginning of something truly extraordinary.
And I just realized something. So far, I always thought, foolishly, that I always picked up the pages and journal entries in the right order. But there is absolutely no logical explanation why this would be the third entry when this is actually the closest valve, in a way, to the entrance of this area. Maybe the one across is the closest, but certainly not the one to the right. So how the game fools the player in a way, but I understand, it makes sense. In a given area, you will always gather the notebook pages and journal entries and all that in the right order. So the story, the tale is told in the right order. And that is really clever because that way you are not missing out anything. Now obviously if you don't gather or collect all of them, you will be missing the final entries. But that explains why I could always read them in the proper order. So that's nice. And also, I have a feeling that we indeed have a squirrel fish around here. And I'm not thrilled about that. For the record, I was rotating it the other way around. Yep, it's stuck alright. Come on. So, now the question is, did I startle an enemy around here or not? Oh, so this is where the sewer water goes. Well, I'm wondering what is that muttered cry. Water has begun to slowly fill the chamber. Is there someone in that chamber? How can I get back there again? Alright. Now I did say that it was odd how... What is happening here? So it was odd how there was no enemy around here, but I'm honestly... What's happening? I either just jumped into the arms of one of the enemies, or I got hurt by the water? Well, whatever. Let's make our work here quick and get the heck out of here. I think that's a great plan. Redirect sewer water, alright. I understand what changed. The torches. They for some odd reason go out when you redirect the water flow, and that's what troubles Daniel's mind. That's okay. This is tricky. I know the way is there, so I have to be running. I'm not sure if that was my own trail or of the enemies. Come on. So we won't be running across the water. So this turns as well, but I'm not sure for what reason. It's okay, it's alright. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Pipe worker! But I am happy. Because of reasons. Odd reasons, but reasons. Now what? Okay, actually light this and figure out what this does. Oh! Wait. This controls the steam. Okay, that's clever. Now we have to run here. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay. We survived. Good. Great. Now I just have to get back and hopefully we're out of here. Wait, this oh, I went the wrong way. Silly me. Silly me. That's okay. We can fix it in a moment. Waste a bit of oil. But actually we can slide one of these and we're good to go. Whew. Interesting. I did not remember that they reused the enemy, the water enemies, but it's clever. It is obviously clever that they didn't just say, hey, yeah, we have this enemy and we only use it once. That would be slightly silly, especially if you're on a budget. So I understand their choice there, and it makes perfect sense. Now let's get the heck out of here. Or rather, I wanted to try something, and because I'm wasting some oil here, let me try to add more oil. This is not enough. I had this insane idea that maybe a trophy would be to get your lantern oil full, because it's so unlikely to happen if you play in the way that I play, but I don't have enough even like this. Try the custom stories. I think you are talking about the mods for the game. I can't on PlayStation as far as I know. You obviously need a PC for that, but I might, if people can give me some recommendations for maps, I would be more than happy to play a few of them. Now let's go and let's get the heck out of here. Oh. I think we actually are safe. Yeah, I think we are. Nah. The blue light blinded him as it had done inside that murky tomb in Algeria. It was just an enchanting and he tried to approach it, but the Baron's firm hand held him back. Now here's the fun part. We did this so we can gain access to the sewers. And I actually thought we need to gain access to the sewers to actually descend further, but apparently that's not true. Now how do I make this work? Because it doesn't sound like or look like that this is stock. I don't need to oil it. Well, we will figure it out. Hopefully. Nah, let's see. No more oil is needed. Actually, can I use this here? No. There is no need to fill it again. Nah. It's not needed. Is that blood? Most likely. Okay, so we can go here. What? Oh! Okay, I understand. A foul venomous stench seeps out from behind the door. Going further without a vaccine would be fatal. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. So this is what that fungus was about that we heard. And this is still not budging. Slightly concerning. Welcome in, Safley. How are you doing on this fine evening? Thank you so much for your brick contribution to my new house part. I'm sure the kin will be absolutely delighted. So I'm not going back there, but I can go back here and maybe figure something out with the machines. I'm not sure. The beautiful wild orchid seemed a testament to nature's strength, being able to grow inside Brennenburg. Alas, it was Alexander's studies and care which enabled the flower to blossom. So this is interesting. I'm kind of lost, in a way. I got the sewer water redirected, and with that I think that part of the cistern is no longer of use to us, but I have no idea what I could possibly do to get further. Find a vaccine to safely traverse the sewers. I think I have to get to the eastern bridge for that, but how do I do that? But maybe I have to do something here. So let's see what we have with these machines. So I'm pulling up counterweights. No, I wanted to wait on some description or explanation, but I guess I'm just trying to figure out what I need to do without such. This didn't do a thing. That's fine. Now these are up. Not sure why that is important. And we have this here. Now I did find this wooden crank. Maybe I need to use that. somewhere. Oh, here we have levers. Uh-huh. Not a clue what this would do. But this is the moment where we have to figure out what we are missing. And that's always a tricky thing, but worry not. Another pipe. Or rod piercing the earth. And here... oh, cogs. And pipes. And here we have... holes, but no pipes. But absolutely no explanation why. But I don't think that the crank is needed here. I also doubt that we would need to look around here to find the vaccine. The purpose of the inner sanctum had always been to study the orbs and find a way to force them to yield their power. However, he was still unaware of this. I guess he is Daniel. So how do I get up there is the big question. Because that way is unnecessary to go. I can't do anything with this. Already tested that. Well, maybe I just missed something. There's a a really high chance of that, to be perfectly honest. I'm honestly not sure if this will ever open. Big pipe here. Anything in these pipes? Maybe hidden. That would be back to the prison, which I would like to avoid if possible. Indeed interesting. Really interesting. I have no way of going up there. That is impossible. And this doesn't seem to be stuck. The only item I found here was the crank, but this obviously doesn't require a crank. Well, I can take a shower here, which is nice. But that's about it. Well, at least we are in good health. So apparently we do have to do something here. We have to figure out this puzzle, which I'm hesitant to do, because last time we got really clear instructions on what to do. But this time around, nothing at all. All we know is there's steam going through these pipes. But from their looks, I can hardly decipher what they are doing. The only thing we indeed notice was the scattered pipes throughout these rooms. Well, except here. There's no pipe here, obviously, because this is the first room I went to. So the game had to make a fool out of me. No surprises there. Here's one. Wait, didn't I... Didn't I already pull these up? Because these were already pulled up. Yes! That's weird. That's indeed really weird. Okay. You go there. You go there. And I go there. Thank you. I'm pretty sure these go in here. Unsure why they are not in this room, but whatever. At least this is a safe haven of sorts. Looks like a safe haven of sorts. Might not be. Alright. Is this really slightly illuminated? Not sure. Maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. Okay. Sorry. Nah. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 holes. Let's just say that I have to mirror that wall. If that's right, then this one will go here. Come on. Apparently I'm not doing this. Well, maybe I would need some sort of tool to do this. Would make sense, actually. For some odd reason, I feel like I'm missing something. Something crucial for my progression. Because I could indeed mirror these to a certain degree. Okay, so you accept that, but not this. That's odd. Nah. Or maybe this is too long. Wait, if this is too long, then how am I supposed to do this? That is the middle piece. These two go around here, but I don't need to do that. I can go over them because this is longer, so I can do this. But actually that won't work now that I think about it. Yes, that won't work. Uh-oh. So these holes are not exactly the shape I think, but maybe they still need the same sort of combination. So we have to connect these two. So here's the thing, because I'm I'm talking a bit all over the place. The pipes themselves are not necessarily the same length. Like this and this is not the same length. But the holes here are not set the same distance from each other. So I can actually, yes, put that there and complete that part. So I only have to pay attention which holes are connected. So I can put this here and I can put this over them. Aha, I'm a genius. Only one thing I would like to ask, and that is, what the heck did I do? Because I have not the slightest of clues. So this is down, up, up, down. So maybe I just have to mimic everything. So what's on one side, I mimic on the other side. That's the best guess I have. So this is down. And this is down. Unsure, but maybe. Oh, and there's the boat. Still not thrilled about it, but I'm happy to have you here, Seth. How's your day? Okay, so these are up, so my idea is that I have to pull these up or lower the other ones. Not sure which one is the right way to do it. Come on. Nothing happened. However, if you listen really carefully, sorry, my nose is really itchy. So if you listen really carefully and you don't have a finger poking your nose, then you can actually hear there's a sort of, okay, enough of that. You can hear a sort of click. There. So maybe that's what I'm looking for. There. There. That was it. You have to look for, or rather listen to.
Daniel, is that you? What are you doing?
This is interesting. This did not sound like a memory. This sounded like just Alexander talking to us, but how? So it's down, up, and down. Ouch! Little nibbles, I see. This is the same, but here this machine is all the way down. It looks entirely different as well, and I can't even move it. It's stuck. So I hazard a guess that here as well they will be stuck. Stuck in position, yes. So I was just too careful, because I was waiting on the game to give me some information that I can work off of. But really what you have to realize here is that one room is always set, and the other room you have to make it so it mirrors the opposite one. And if you actually start doing this right here, then as you progress further you will do the same, and in the last room it won't be two rooms, it will be two walls. Interesting. However, there's a bit of trickery. So with the weights you have to listen for the click because you have nothing else to go off of. Here you can just mirror the arms. You have to figure out how to lower the entire cylinder down, and with the pipes the holes are positioned differently, so you have to use slightly different pipes but connect same holes. Alright, so how much does this do? Well, this actually goes up, so this is not good for us. How much does this do? It goes up again. Okay, that's funny. About this? What about this? Goes down quite a lot. This? Okay, no, it worked. No idea. No idea why it worked now. I either didn't pull them all the way, or it's important which order you pull the levers in. I'm slightly confused. No information. Nah, not doing all that. Just give it a kick. Yeah, it's the good old way of doing it. That always reminds me of Resident Evil 7. I hope I will get to play that on stream and show a quite funny interaction. Okay, so we did something, and I'm assuming that's good. Because so far it doesn't look like we achieved much, but I just realized something. You remember how the rooms on my left were set? It makes sense, right? Because the bridge on the left worked, but the bridge on the right did not, because those rooms, those pieces of machinery were not working. All of this is based on Steam, so if I pull this now, it will work. Clever. I did not connect that right away. What now? The bridge is stuck and we'll need a push to dislodge. A push. Okay. Well, I guess we will have to find something. Will you have to start with Resident Evil 1 and work your way up to 7? No. Not necessarily. I started actually with 2 on stream and then continued with 3 because those 2 are loosely connected, to say the least. They are set in the same time period and in the same location. 4, 5 and 6 are mostly separate, and 7 actually works on its own without much trouble, but I would have to play through all of 7, which is a lot because it has multiple DLCs, and then 8 to finish the story that 7 starts. And I didn't want to start many Resident Evil games at once. That's why I started with 2, and when I felt like 2 was getting a bit tiresome even to watch, because you need to play through it many times to unlock all the trophies and everything else, I decided to start playing 3 parallel to 2, and now I finished 2 with all the trophies, and now I'm in that position with 3 that it's a bit boring, or at least it was, because I played through it many times and I will need to find another Resident Evil game to play. I just wasn't sure which one to. I remember nothing about Resident Evil. I thought they are all connected. They are connected to a certain degree. Certain characters return, and indeed 7 is also linked into the overall timeline of Resident Evil, but it's quite loose. You don't need to know much about earlier games to enjoy. There are a few Easter eggs that you can catch, but that's about that. Actually, really interesting fun fact: when Capcom announced, I do believe on the Summer Game Fest, that the new Resident Evil game is coming and it's called Resident Evil Requiem, I watched the trailer multiple times. I tried to squeeze every bit of information out of what we could see, and I read about it, articles. It turns out the main character of Resident Evil 9, the girl we see, I think her name is Grease, her mother actually appeared in a really old Resident Evil game, and her name is actually in Resident Evil 7. And I still don't know if that is kind of a coincidence that Capcom just likes to put Easter eggs into their games and just out of pure luck they included her name, or even back when they were working on 7 they knew that there would be a Resident Evil 9, and they put that name in there for this reference. I honestly can't imagine that they could plan for such a long time, but it's still amazing both ways. Never played them. I only saw some gameplay, mostly the Vampire Lady one. Yes, that's Village. A lot of people like Lady Dimitrescu. For some odd reason, I couldn't quite figure out why, but people seem to be quite enchanted by her. The main character will be Mold. Yes. In 7, that's true. In 7 the main character is Mold, and I really like that. Maybe they scrapped ideas and then used them later. That's possible because Capcom has a tendency to leave the games quite open-ended or leave some cliffhangers that they can use later on. And even though that is annoying because it leads to some games never really having a proper final. For example, the secret endings of Resident Evil 6, the ending of Revelations 2 or even 1, those are never really elaborated on. But it's amazing when they hide something in an earlier game and they actually decide to use it like this time around. Why anyone would like a tall, beautiful vampire lady? I have no idea. I can see to a certain degree those who would like a mummy to be drawn to her, but to me she is more of a peer than anything else. Let's just say that. However, if you see her in her true form, I'm not sure if you'd be still interested. Some would, I'm sure some would, but it's quite a stark difference. I saw the true form. Okay, well, you can decide if you proceed or not. Honestly, if I want to look at the characters of Village as kind of possible partners, right? There's always someone who would. Absolutely, that's true. For me, personally, I like the appearance, the beauty of the 3 daughters of Lady Dimitrescu. I really like their outfits. I think it's really elegant. I much prefer their darker outfits than the ladies' white ones. I don't know why, but if I need to choose a so-called waifu, which I don't really do, it would be the owner of the Beneviento estate. I think she is, for me, the most intriguing character I do believe her name was Donna. And she had quite a sad story. She was the one character where when I played the game, if I could imagine a conversation with one of those characters, I would want to talk to her, because there's obviously so much more to her life. The daughters are cool too. Yes, they are quite gorgeous. They were designed that way. So once again, what I love about Japanese developers, that they know what they are doing. They obviously knew when they even pitched that idea that, oh, I was thinking about like this 8 feet tall vampire female character. Yeah, that would be really scary. And everyone in the room thinking, yeah, that would be indeed really, really scary. Let's include that. And so they did. And everyone got absolutely scared. Not necessarily. No, while I was talking, I actually gathered some stones, because this is my fantastic idea of getting this thing moving again. Yeah, that did absolutely nothing, so let's try again. Uh-huh. Not even budging. Oh no! That's about that. Nah. Maybe those are too small. I need something bigger. I will get it unstuck one way or another. There is a suspicious amount of violence in this romance game. Yes. Yes, indeed. Quite interesting. And I find it really fascinating how even the marketing, the trailers, the demo for Village was all pretty much centered around the castle, the Domitresque castle, which makes sense because it's earlier in the game, so there's fewer spoilers. But I'm pretty sure they knew what they were doing. Obviously, the castle is just fascinating to look at. It's gorgeous design, but I think they wanted a certain audience's attention as well. A rock! Indeed, I need a rock or a brick. Unfortunately, I don't have a brick here, but okay, so that's all I needed. What will I do with all this, huh? Just throw them around? Okay, here's a physics question. If I throw a rock up and it falls on my head, will it hurt me? Apparently I can't throw straight up. Maybe that's a safety feature. Oh, we are going to the morgue. They lured the gooners. Yeah, in a way they did. And I have absolutely no trouble with that, but I find it interesting. Once again, if you mix in any media horror with erotica, I will be interested. It's a rare mix. The red stain burst from the walls as if they had begun to bleed. He cried out in fear as the spectacle began to consume the blue shimmer. So this is something that happened during their ritual, Alexander's and Daniel's. Okay, why is everything so dark?
Do you see, Daniel? It has yielded. What? The shadow. Has? For now. Come, let's get this out of here so we can get some peace.
Yes, let's. Where to?
Just down the corridor, to the morgue.
Are there more dead men there?
You did well, Daniel. Come, let's get going.
The way Daniel, with this almost childlike, scared voice, says and asks if there are more dead men in the morgue is honestly in a way funny. Yes, Daniel, there are dead people in the morgue. Maybe you suck at throwing, thank you. I know some psychological horror romance game, but not really anything more classic horror like. I appreciate any sort of recommendations. Thank you for the hydrate schmoozer, that's 60 out of 100. Now let's see what's in the morgue. Hopefully we will find the vaccine here. Oh, look at my kin! Hello there! How are you doing, Ken? You are just adorable. I don't really have many tinderboxes, and I also don't have much oil left. Troubling, isn't it? Well, let's see what we have. Ooh, X marks the spot. I wonder what's in those. Plague outbreak. Oh, that's great. Just talking about Resident Evil and now we are talking about a plague outbreak. The strange deaths among the servants and the prisoners have finally been resolved. It seems that the drain sewer, which has recently been opened up for use as a means of transport, is plagued by a peculiar poisonous fungi. The victims seem to have suffered an extremely quick outbreak of sickness affecting the entire body. Some of my men, including myself, are blissfully spared by this calamity, but it is clear that this cripples my progress. The prisoners die quickly and their contaminated vitae lacks the energy I seek. I shall immediately start working on a vaccine. Every resident could be evil. But not every evil is a resident. Oh, lovely. Thank you for the tinderbox. At least we have a few candles lit, which is nice. And we have a dead body. Who doesn't like a dead body?
I hear you breathing, Daniel. Do you hear me? Have you changed your mind?
You can hear me breathing? That's rude to say. Oh, my poor kins once again. Can I move this? No, apparently that's not needed. So we have a dead body. Not sure why that is good for us, but we have it. Nah, let's get this chair. Come on. Good. Now let's sit down. I said sit down, Daniel. There we go. That's what I like. My desk is a bit like this. Ooh. Laudanum. Interestingly enough, I never had to heal myself in this game. Tinderbox. And I only died once so far. So I'm quite impressed. Oh. We found 2 of these before. They seem to contain Alexander's memories. I fear for Daniel, for he is reckless. He is tainted by the approaching shadow and will not be able to pass the gate. Will he be able to accept this in the end? My love, I've seen evil in him. How am I to trust him with the truth? What cruel irony that I have to do unto him what Agrippa did unto me. Interesting how Alexander talks about Daniel as evil when he has quite the track record himself, but interesting also there is this recurring mention of someone that Alexander loves, or at least is really quite dear to his heart. Dramatical Murder is a cyberpunk boys' love psychological horror. A boys' love. Ooh, ho 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 ho. I will absolutely have to recommend that to a certain someone. But by pure accident, forget to mention that it's a psychological horror. It will be quite the spectacle to behold. Oh, nice. Thank you for looking up such a game. Stretch and posture check. Thank you very much. Devilish. Oh. I take that as a compliment. Vaccine trials. If I have to mix the vaccine in this game just like I had to do it in Resident Evil 3, well, then I will have to. The vaccine enabling my men to work in the fungi-ridden sewer is a definite success. Unfortunately, only a few of the servants have been remedied as the procedure proved difficult. The others will perish, and eventually I will have to create more of them to keep my experiments running. That's a peculiar type of wording. So some of the servants received the vaccine, but administering it is difficult. The others, I assume the ones who did not get the vaccine, will perish. And eventually Alexander will have to create more of them. Now normally, because it says create, I would assume the vaccine. But it's in the same sentence. And that suggests that he's talking about the same thing. The servants. He will have to create servants to keep his experiments running. So the creatures we see are servants, and they were turned to whatever they are now by this vaccine. Let me see. You probably will find more boy love psychological than straight romance psychological horror. That is an odd thing. Why would that be? What is the connection? I'm not sure. But I'm curious why you say that, Sepley. Note that an injection of vaccinated blood will work as a shield long enough to pass the sewers without any risk of infection. It will do fine for prisoner transport. Oh, so you can either get the vaccine and work in the sewers indefinitely, or you can inject vaccinated blood. So one of the creatures' blood, maybe, and that gives you enough time to pass through the sewers. So apparently we will have to find some of this blood. Lovely. Well, we have 2 doors. I think it's because horror allows more taboos, and some older games are able to release boy love under horror. Oh, that is indeed a really interesting observation, but you might be right there. You see, that's why I love horror, because it allows artists to discover and venture into more questionable territories. I know more BL psychological horror games than straight romance, but might just be me. Well, if you say that, would you perhaps be so nice and share some of those game titles that you know? But in the meantime, let's look around. We have 2 doors. Ow. So we have a room with a bunch of dead bodies, and why are these submerged? Maybe it helps with the smell. Good question. I understand the idea of a morgue, but this is not proper disposal or even storing at all. Just because you put bodies in holes in the wall will not help any. Come on, Alexander. I understand that you really have no respect for human life, but this is just terrible practice. It's unsanitary to say the least. Are those ashes? So I think what we are seeing here is actually a place where the bodies were burned. And it's interesting, there's one solitary flower here. It's a really interesting detail, and I'm quite amazed by that. Alright, what else do we have? The body is still stiff from rigor mortis, and it can't be older than a day. Then indeed it is quite new. Well, look around here and see what else we can do. Let's light this. Let's say these candles don't provide a lot of light, and that was my last of the refills. More of my dead kin. Unfortunate. Now, based on the skeletal parts and pieces, I would assume this place was just a storage room for the dead. But that begs the question, what broke the door down? Or maybe this wasn't a storage, this was a cell, and those dead bodies were just the meal for whatever was held in here.
What happened? Why are all these dead? Where am I? What's happening? Help! Anybody! Help!
Well, it could have worked as a prison, and from the scratch marks.
3 days now. This is ridiculous. Why doesn't someone come to this room? Hey! Anybody! Am I all alone here? Help! Help! I'm so tired. If I sleep, will I wake from this nightmare? If not, I pray my Heavenly Father will take me in my sleep.
This is indeed a fascinating room, because it could very well be a prison cell, but why would you have a shelf full of tools in such a place? And if it is just for storing the dead, you wouldn't have scratch marks on the walls. If it's a cell, why do you have so many dead remains? Especially if there's a separate dungeon in this very castle. And also, my apologies for stepping all over you. I know it is really quite rude, but I really have no other choice if I want to survive, or poor Daniel wants to. Why is this glowing? Copper tube. Well, we have a copper tube. May the dead rest in peace. Farewell, all. Why is it so dark here all of a sudden, I wonder? Not even sure where I am at this point, to be perfectly honest. Let's light this, so at least I know this is the way to the morgue, or rather, whatever this room is. So, I'm assuming that I need to get some blood from perhaps this body, since this is still fresh. No, this is not a creature, but if it was one of the servants and it's still fresh, maybe it's one of the vaccinated servants. Good question. Let me see, a straight one is Doki Doki Literature Club. It's more yonder-like. Yes. I did hear about that game. I never played it. As far as I know, it's maybe free. It's a visual novel-like game, and a lot of people liked it when it released. But I have absolutely no idea of its story. So maybe it would be a fun stream playthrough, since I haven't been spoiled by its content. So I know the jokes and all that, but let's not be immature and well, let's talk about the elephant in the room, or rather the penis. And let's hope that Twitch will not get angry at me, because indeed there is a penis here, but we need some blood, so we will sew down a leg. Now, which is more terrifying, sewing down a leg or a penis? You decide. Zip, 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 zip. I need some classical music for butchering. Ooh, look at that, we have an electric saw. Yeah, go through that femur right there. Come on, come on, come on. I know this is not really how you use a saw, but what do you want from me? Okay, man. This is not working. Okay, what else do we have? One option is more funny. What do you have in mind? I have these pincers. Don't really think I can get much blood with these. Oh, a knife. Maybe I should have started with that. Now, obviously there's a lot of blood in the heart, so let's try to stab. Now, first off, we want to obviously line up the target. No, indeed, from an older body, a dead body, most of the blood would already be coagulated, but let's not worry about that. And that was not quite cathartic. Let's try that again. Come on! I hate dull knives. Okay, scissors. Scissors. Maybe we can do something with the scissors. What can I cut off from you? Maybe a toe. Though again, most of the blood wouldn't be in the limbs. Come on. I have a toe there. And this not working. Fun fact, once someone dies, well, I'm not sure how fun it is, but it's true. Once someone dies, because there is no circulation and the blood is not beating anymore, so the heart is not beating anymore, so the blood is not circulating through the body, the blood will actually succumb to gravity and it will pull towards the ground. So in this case, with this poor dead gentleman, the blood would pull towards his back, and if a dead body is left somewhere for long enough, you can actually see the blood kind of showing through the skin and making red patches on the body. It's not a nice thing to see, but true nonetheless. But unfortunately, all of that knowledge doesn't help me to extract any blood. So let's see what we can do. Stiff from rigor mortis, that doesn't help me. It can be stiff or not stiff, and I would be just as far from my objective as I am right now. Maybe I have to use something else. Oh, let's try the good old chisel method. I cannot use it this way. Okay, chisel is out of the way. I'm pretty sure the crank will not help. Oh, a needle! That would make perfect sense. There is something missing. Well, yeah, the syringe, but where will I find one of those? Let me see. I mean, a lot of blood can go to the crotch. Oh, I do like my dirty-minded viewers. Well, you are indeed correct about that, and in certain cases, during the process of dying, such can indeed happen, but that is... Well, first of all, it's not the case here, and even if it was, once again, the blood is already coagulated and not much help. Also, I don't think it would remain in that condition. But then again, if you say such a thing, you can say that indeed for the male population, or those with male bodies, every time when you get excited, you can feel a sort of partial rigor mortis. Isn't horror just a wonderful thing? I will have to check again for the BL horror. I forgot in which of my many game libraries I had some. The one hidden away from prying eyes, I assume. Nah. Let's see what we are missing. Well, the needle could work. The pipe, the drill. I can drill through the body, I guess. The hand drill broke and is of no use further. Oh, wait. Stop it. I have to collect some of the blood. What do you mean I cannot use it? Okay, we have to think quick here, because that blood will not flow forever. Let me see. The needle. There is something missing. The pipe. Why was this necessary? The hole wasn't hole enough, but okay, whatever. Now we need this? No, now we need the needle. Why are we so set on making this more complicated? Okay, now we use this. Are you kidding me? Ow! Oh goodness, I just realized what we have done. Okay, let's stop here for a moment because I just clicked on it because I could, but it completely went over my head what Daniel's idea here was. Because what I was trying to do is somehow extract blood from the dead body and then maybe inject myself with it if it turns out that it's the kind of blood I need. Apparently Daniel wanted to speed the process up, so instead of gathering the blood in a container, he was thinking of more of a blood transfusion of sorts. So he drilled a hole into the corpse's head, which I'm not exactly sure why is a good idea. I will be honest, I don't think the blood would remain in its liquid state longer in the brain. It makes sense that there's a lot of blood in the brain, but alright. And then he inserted this metal rod, or rather I think it was a specific metal, to kind of gather the blood and control its flow. And then again, I was trying to put the glass jar under it to gather that blood. But Daniel sort of turned this tube into a syringe by putting the needle on the tip of it, which, by the way, we used for opening an old lock, which I'm sure was really, really clean. And I guess after this, by touching it, Daniel pretty much just pushed his hand into it. What? Taking stranger's blood is a biohazard. It is. Honestly, in many cases, not only, but in this case, it's a dead body, so that's a big red flag there. Also, the fact that it could be contaminated, it could have certain sicknesses. I understand that we are in the 1800s, so medicine is not quite as we know it right now, but still, this is unsanitary on every level. And the other thing here is certain types of blood don't work with other people. That's why we have different categories for blood. We have A, B, O, and all those. If you get the wrong kind, it's incompatible and you're pretty much dead. So, yeah, not do this ever. Don't think that it's a good idea. Someone else's blood should not be in your veins. Let me see. It wouldn't look like that. The whole body would deteriorate and the fluids would get out. After a longer time, yes. Right after the person died, as they clarified here with the rigor mortis, that only lasts for, I do believe, half of a day around that time. So it wouldn't start rotting that quickly, but still. Daniel is a Daniel, as expected. Honestly, yes. This is the first time when Daniel did something that I couldn't necessarily understand. I don't say that it is out of character, because I don't really know Daniel's character, but it's certainly something that feels a bit illogical and dangerous. 1800? Just take the cocaine, heroin, cough meds and gulp down with vodka. It's a quick fix. Well, yeah, that's that is actually not that far off. As I actually mentioned, I looked it up. I didn't know this one, but laudanum is, I do believe, a painkiller. It's an alcoholic solution of morphine, if I'm not mistaken. So indeed, back in the days, they used such, but still, if you don't want to end up dying, I don't think this is a good idea. For some odd reason, how the camera zoomed in, I kind of imagine Daniel making this makeshift syringe and just kind of pushing himself into it, and the syringe stabbing him in the side or something. That's also not a good idea. Okay, half of a day would be fine, but taking blood from the head is still stupid. It's way harder than necessary. Yes, I don't know why the head was so important, because the blood is pretty much the same everywhere, except if it's important that the blood is filled with oxygen or not, because as you breathe in air, the blood in your lungs gets filled with oxygen, and then it goes to your other organs and it is replaced, and then the used up blood goes back to the lungs and repeats the cycle. So that could potentially make some sense, but again, there was no mention of such detail. Nothing in the notes mentioned that the head would be important. But again, recently I noticed that the game is giving you less and less explanation and information. You kind of have to figure out what you're doing. And here it was kind of just a side note from, I assume, Alexander, that, well, if you don't really want to go through the entire vaccine process, then you can just give an injection of vaccinated blood. And it was just that, a side note, a possibility of it working if it is needed. And I think he gave the example of maybe transporting prisoners. Morphium, dude doesn't know what's going on since a while. Maybe. But after half a day, I doubt the oxygen is still fine. Honestly, I will be honest here. I do not know what happens with the oxygen in the blood after circulation stops. I do not know such details. I know one interesting tidbit. I'm not sure if it's medically correct. I heard it once, but I never looked it up. That if there is a limb and you cut it off, if it happens after that, so post-mortem, then the blood in it will be coagulated, because the body died, the blood coagulated everywhere, then the limb was removed. If there is a limb that doesn't contain blood or remnants of blood, that means it was cut off before the person died, because then circulation was still a thing, right? It was going on and the blood just nicely flowed out. that's an interesting tidbit if you ever wanted to know. In case you come across a hand in the woods, you can check if its owner is possibly dead or alive. Me neither. I could bother a med student though. I'm not sure if you ask a medical student if it's a good idea to inject yourself with a dead person's blood and what would happen. Why would they, or what would be the positives of getting blood from the head rather than anywhere else, or what happens to blood once a person dies? If you ask these kind of questions, I'm not sure if they will be, well, first, be comfortable to answer, and also not look at you a bit weirdly. Now, about what happens with the oxygen in the blood after dying. Well, if you do, please share it with me and the chat. I would love to know. After all, we are here for the horror. They know I'm weird. Good, good, good. Let's see what's my sanity is like. Head is pounding and hands are shaking. That's okay. Can I do it again? Because I'm so happy about it. No need to inject the blood again. Party poopers. So apparently I broke the hand drill. I used up the copper pipe. I remembered it was made out of copper. And I also lost the needle bit. Well, I'm assuming that we are done here, so I just have to leave. Now, for some odd reason, I feel like this won't be so easy. So thank you, Mr. Dead Person, for... well, I would say offering your blood, but let's be honest, there was no offering there. So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Anything else to say? No? Well, let's... Oh, okay, let's not go. Fuck this. Shh. I think they went to the other room, which is probably scripted. Whichever room you go to, they will attack the other one. But for now, let's try to immerse ourselves in the beautiful view of a pile of corpses. Okay, maybe I don't know who talked there, but I want to check. Shh. Maybe I shouldn't splash around so much. Okay, just careful. Careful. Calm the fuck down, Daniel. Okay, Daniel, calm down. Everything is fine. I think. Not really sure. But I think it's okay. Now, all I have to remember is which way to run. And I do believe it was this way. So let's go. No, it was the other way. Fuck. I had a 50% chance not screwing myself over. What a surprise, I did. Okay, everything is fine, back to the cistern. A blue light blinded him as it had done inside that murky tomb in Algeria. Indeed. Now, let me read the chat, my apologies, but I had to make sure that Daniel, you know, doesn't go insane. I once asked what happens if you would dissect the thyroid gland entirely from a person, like if they still would be able to live. I got a 3-minute voice message and several diagrams as an answer. I will ask him later. Interesting question. I do not have the medical knowledge to answer that. I do know there is such an operation to remove, I do believe, a part of it, but not its entirety. So maybe they could live, but then again, it is an organ or gland that produces a lot of hormones which are quite necessary for life. So maybe if you give some sort of hormone treatment, then the body would be fine. But then again, you can replace a lot of parts of a human being and it will still work. The question is, will it still be the same human at the end? See, people named Daniel are annoying, I told you. Well, Daniel is a Daniel, that's for sure. They can survive with medication, yeah, you usually don't remove everything, yes. Well, I got that right. Thank you for the knowledge. I always like to learn about weird things. It's fun. Nah, Daniel, are you okay? You see all the light? Even though I would advise against going towards the light. Dear Daniel. Nah. Let's do some jumping around. Let's see what we have. So we don't have any oil almost left, which is really concerning. But why is the screen still so blurry? There's plenty of light there. Come on, look, light. You see, Daniel? That is supposed to be a circle. Not for you. And interestingly, we do not have any medication for such. We only have laudanum. That's it. Maybe I drink one of those. Now that I think about it, maybe I have drunk one before. Now that's a healthy looking heart. All is good. Well, if nothing else, we are physically healthy. So now we have to go to the sewers. How nice, isn't it? Now here I don't think we have anything else left. Doing the cocaine, heroin, cough meds. Oh yes, an old school Coca-Cola. You won't complain about anything. Yes. Wait, why did I come up here again? Oh, come on, I have to go down, not up. Can I actually jump down? I'm curious. A wound is bleeding quite badly. Okay, so apparently you should not jump. But hey, who cares about a broken leg? Oh, come on, now we have bugs on the screen. Oh, Daniel. Things are really going sideways here. Okay, here's to the sewers. Henry Bedloe went to class carrying the anger of his bitter mother. He never cried, he made others cry instead. Pain is like that. You either become sad or you become angry. Henry always chose the latter. Okay, why are we lagging? Alright. So far, safe-ish. How is he bleeding from a jump? Well, it's really easy. You see there's the leg. And in the lower leg, there are two big bones. And if you happen to break them, such that they pierce through the skin, that is called an open fracture, then blood sort of gets everywhere. Daniel is stupid. In a way, I have said this before, but I would say that to me it's difficult to not necessarily sympathize with him, but feel represented. He does some interesting things that I don't necessarily think are a good idea. He gets scared by many things that I understand would realistically maybe warrant such a reaction, but to me it always has this secondary effect that it makes me feel like I'm sort of looking after him, so I have to check his health and his sanity and look at some lights so he can calm down. Okay, we are in the sewers because every game needs a sewer level. This could have been nice if they put an enemy there. Oh, here's the fungi or the mushrooms. Alright, I'm curious what will happen here. Not here. Not that I can necessarily really hide anywhere, to be perfectly clear. I'm not even sure if I can... Well, I can jump up here, but that's the best I can do. I'm pretty sure I can go through there. I think he went that way, so I will go the other way. Ooh, the way this piece appeared through the fog, I almost thought it was an enemy. Oh, another labyrinth. Oh, lucky I am. No, bless you? No, I really do hope that Alexander had a secret oil stash and it's in the sewers, because I'm seriously running out of lamp oil, though I don't necessarily need any here, which is nice. Are you kidding me? How many rooms are here? I think that's actually the shadow and not any sort of creature of Alexander. It would be nice to go up there, but I'm sure Daniel could not possibly reach for that ladder high up there, right? Well, let's try to find the ladder then. Nice. Okay, so as once again labyrinthine the area or map seems to be, it's quite linear and it leads us to this lovely door. Oh, interesting. It looked like one of those doors that leads to a new area, but apparently not. And would you look at that? Oil. Let's see how much we get out of it. This is the most exciting part of this game. It's full. I don't know if I ever felt so happy in a horror game ever before. Goodness. The lantern is now fully refilled and no need to fill up on oil. The lantern is already full and the barrel contains a few drops of oil, so it still has some left. So I assume it has at least one full lantern full of oil. 1 and 2. Small medium and large. What does this do? The two levers control the noisy machine. Look, Daniel, I understand you have amnesia. You have a lot of morphine in your system. You just stabbed yourself and injected a dead body's blood. You're halfway insane. I understand all that, but your observations are just... Oh my goodness. What a crazy thing you realized here. Indeed. And the developers had the audacity to say in the beginning of the game that if you find yourself stuck, then you can look at your notes and diary and mementos to figure out what you have to do next. Also, the shadow is once again spreading here. Well, apparently there's nothing here except those two levers, but I have to figure out what I need to do with those said levers. The next thing I also could work towards is finding a ladder. But there's more here.
What's happening? What are you doing? Let me go! Please don't take me! Nobody ever returns!
I was somewhat expecting this person to be thrown into the blades of this machine, but apparently not. Okay. Well, let's hope that the creature is gone. Let's hear a roar. No roar. Ah, there it is. Makes the audience wait. Alright. Oh, well, isn't that a wonderful place to put your tinderbox? Not that there's pretty much anything you can light up here. Okay, another roar. Ah, come on. Just for the fans? Nah? Okay. Well, that seems broken. The pipe seems to be loose. Oops. Well, I have a pipe. I don't know why that's good, but I'm happy. Roar here? Nah. Okay. And now you roar. So let me think. Just give up on Daniel. Yeah, but he's kind of the main protagonist, so we sort of have to make sure he survives. I know it's annoying. I want the pipe. I will look at that pipe in a moment because I'm curious why we even have it. But once again, the gaming kleptomania hits hard and obviously we need the pipe. Pipe. A short pipe. Well, it's a short pipe. Do you still want it? It looked pretty long to me, honestly, but you know. It's up to you. Now my idea is that these machines control the speed at which that water mill in the middle rotates. Yes, you still want it. Well, I might need it, but if I don't, I will give it to you. Size doesn't matter. How nice. So based on my idea, with this machine we can slow down that water mill. I'm just not sure what I need to do, because now it's on the middle setting of sort. Now this is like a transmission. However, I don't know which wheel represents what. If this is 1 and 2 and the axles work like in a transmission, then if I put this to be the big gear and this to be the small one, then while this rotates once, this will rotate multiple times. So in theory, the water mill in the middle will rotate and move faster than before. Let's see. Yeah, it seems to be going faster. Now, this is something that you can obviously brute force your way through or look at a guide, but I do appreciate trying to figure out these puzzles and understand what the mechanism behind these things might be. It's much more rewarding for me. Seth, what are you pulling on, if I may ask? Because, once again, I'm not in my fox form. I don't have such a tail. So with this gear has to rotate multiple times, while this one will only rotate once. Now, this is actually interesting because you might think there are many combinations here, and each would yield a different speed. But maybe it's not that complicated, because if you choose the same sizes for the wheels, so small, small, middle, middle, large, large, the speed will be the same. Because here the gear is just the transmission, it's not necessarily the speed. So because the gears are the same size, that means that they both take 1 revolution during the same period of time, so the speed will be the same. Now this is the biggest difference I can make, the really small gear and the really big one. Well, here necessarily not the size is what's the most important, it's the number of teeth on the cogs. But I'm not an engineer, so I will not even try to pretend that I can explain this. I think the reaction is funny. So you're just going around on the internet pulling people's tails for the funny reaction. I see, just be careful, someone might get the wrong idea. Bold to assume that I think, I'm sure you do. Based on the things you say, I feel like you are quite knowledgeable about a number of things. Maybe quite useless things, as I know plenty of those, but I always love a few fun facts, so I greatly appreciate your company in my chat. Thank you very much for joining. Now, let's try to go. What can we do here? I'm not sure. If I'm correct, maybe I'm not, but if I'm correct, then hopefully the speed of the machine in the water will be really slow. I'm still not sure if that will be slow enough for me to go through it, because once again, it's a really bad idea to go into a moving machine. But I don't really have any other options. So, we're doing that, but let me take a sip of my wonderful tea, and I advise you to do the same. Don't forget to always hydrate, and maybe do a posture check. Also, one tiny thing I forgot was on this machine. There was something that I noticed. My poor dead kin atop. Multiple of them. It's interesting, I guess the developers created a model with 3 poor rats dying in the same location. And they reused that, however... Sorry, give me a moment, I need to hide. Then I return to the fun fact moments. Okay, so now what? So this creature is either really slow or he went the other way, hopefully. Okay. So what I wanted to say is there is such a phenomena that is called a rat king. It's when multiple rats get their tails tangled up and they die in such a unfortunate way. Now, as far as I know, scientists cannot explain why that happens, but such a thing was found before. Let me guess, we noted down that it hurts. A spinning water wheel is blocking the path. You're a genius. But it's hopefully slower, so maybe I can use my not so long but quite playful pipe. You see? It's not the size, it's how you use it. Now, let's see what we have here. Anyone up there? Nah. Okay, nothing else here. It's interesting that there's only one pipe here. And nothing else. Bye bye, I'm getting bubble tea. Enjoy your bubble tea, and thank you so much once again for joining the stream. I greatly enjoyed our little conversation. Now, let's see. Ooh, this is interesting. Seems like I could make my way through. It is impossible to get through. Oh, Daniel, don't be so narrow-minded. Of course we can get through. We just need some tools. Interesting that we go further and further down, but there are still windows. Yes, considerably higher in the structure, so almost in the ceiling, but still. And, well, they are deeper down, but that would mean that we are not only moving downwards, but sideways as well.
Daniel, turn around this instant. You are carrying the shadow with you.
Oh, He doesn't like what I'm doing. Well, no one is telling me what to do. Or maybe that's reverse psychology and he is telling me that because he knows that I would do the opposite. I'm not sure. Can I offer you a helping hand? What's this? Ooh. So we can actually... Oh, okay, sorry, understood. Not to step on you, fine. So this is the remnants of that creature. Interesting, there are some bones there and some remaining flesh with bindings and such. No genitals. Interesting, we have bones. That looks like a rib cage, or part of it. And quite a humanoid face. 2 ears, 2 eyes. Not much of a nose, but an upper jaw. The lower jaw is somehow kind of melted down. But it is humanoid, and that seems to be the line of a pectoral, breast muscle. That's interesting. It is quite bloody and disturbing, but it looks humanoid enough. Can I rotate you? Interestingly, I can't rotate it much, as if it's top heavy, but let's try our best. Huh. So this is what we're up against. Well, I'm not sure if you're a monster or not, but you do deserve to be laid down and not propped up like a statue. My apologies for that. Well, rest in peace, whatever you are. Oh, another arm. Apparently the shadow destroyed this creature. Now that's interesting, because this would seem like a dead end now. We got some laudanum because, well, the developers knew that we could get hurt here. But there must be some meaning behind this place, or maybe the meaning is just showing us this creature. In that case, we have to go back to the other way that we found, and that might help us, and that is the pipe. Maybe we don't need any tools. Shit. I can't really hide anywhere, I will be honest. Okay. It's still here. It sounds angry. Really angry. Maybe it's just having a bad day. It's different. It has a metallic sound. It's not fully organic. It's unlike this creature. Huh. I see. Throwing new things at me, Alexander. But maybe I'm not so alone in this fight, because as much as the shadow is chasing Daniel, wherever Daniel goes, the shadow will go as well. And that also includes Alexander. So maybe Daniel won't need to kill Alexander. Maybe the shadow will do that job for him. Now, the only thing I'm a bit unsure about if I missed anything here, but I don't think so. Do we have any mementos? No mementos. Wonderful. Already used up so much oil. But we had the oil full and we got no trophies, so that wasn't a trophy. I was just hoping for it. That's okay. Nah, let's go. Really? Shh! Don't make a sound, you fungus. What now? Oh, fuck's sake, there's nothing here. Getting worked up over nothing. Let me guess, it will just walk right towards me here. Would be quite something. Ooh! Laudanum! That's not a good thing to find. And based on the sound, I'm not in a safe spot. But hey, let's figure out... Oh! Okay, there's the creature. That's fine. And I already have a plan, but for now, let's look around. Let's figure out our surroundings. Okay, yes, that is indeed the creature. And I have a brilliant plan. We want to distract the creature, or rather, lure it away. But how can we do that? Well, you see, we have a few rocks. So let's try to throw some rocks. Like right there. Let's see if it works. Yep, it worked. It worked alright. Yeah, right there in that hole. Oh shit! Okay, that didn't work. I have to give it to that. That did not work as planned. But hey, running is plan B. For the record, I was so close. Create a distraction. Yes, that's what I was trying to do. That's exactly what I was trying to do. Okay, let's try this again. The plan wasn't bad, it was the execution. You see, a plan is like a death sentence. It all depends on the execution. Alright. I don't know why it decided to go towards me. Maybe because I hit the rock to this pipe and so it heard that. But let's try to do this again without alerting our lovely enemy. Based on the fact that Daniel is going insane, I will hazard a guess and say that the monster or creature is there. Oh, no. We don't want to do that. Okay. Heh. Perfection. There we go. Ha 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 ha. What was that? Oh. The corner. Fine. Okay, so the creature is on the other side, but we shouldn't run because the running is really loud. So let's try to go around. Of course this couldn't work on the first try. That would have been too easy. Now let's see if I was really close to the exit. No, I wasn't. Really important tidbit to close the door. And let's really hope that the creature cannot use the ladder. And also, welcome in, Nekio. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm just trying to get away from a certain doom. There is never any escape. Things like this live with you always. How could he know if Henry would show up down the road or even at his house? Is he that mad? Would he do that? Well, after this chase, I have no clue where we are, but we are in a circular room. Tinderbox, tinderbox, tinderbox. Sorry, I have to pick everything up and steal everything that I possibly can before I can think straight in this game. So I think this is a good point to take a short break and look at these lovely torches. So, how are you, Nekio? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I'm the Dreadist, a monster researching horror, now in one of the legendary horror games, Amnesia, The Dark Descent. How was Tactics Ogre Reborn? Thank you, Schmoozer, for the hydrate. Unfortunately, I do believe Nekio had 3 such streams so far, and I missed all 3. So I don't know much about this game. When I could, I watched him play Clair Obscur. I'm curious if he actually finished it. So, Nekio, if you're still here, did you finish Clair Obscur? Because I certainly need to watch the VOD with the ending. I know you've been cleaning up a bit in that game. And how are you enjoying this game? But let's look around what we have. We used up most of our items from earlier areas, so that's interesting. I noticed that we had some leftover items, but now the game made sure we don't really have any. And I really don't know what this wooden crank is for. I have to be honest. And why this crank is interesting? Because we left the cistern. Now maybe we will return, I don't know. But we found it there. And we didn't use it. And with many items actually, I noticed that the developers were really clever. And they made sure that you pick an item up. For example, the needle that we picked up at the end of the water creature area. We had to use it to open a door there. So there was no way to miss it. And then much later on in the morgue, we had to use it, and that was the time when we lost it. But with this crank, we didn't need to use it in that area. Or maybe there was a way to use it, I just missed it. But we went to the east and the west wing, I think. One was the morgue and one was the cistern, actually. The other part called that. We also went to that machine room or control room. we couldn't open the big double gate, and we went to the sewers, and we went through quite a long tunnel system here. So I don't really think that we will return there. So that's a really odd item, because I picked it up. I didn't need to use it. So in theory I could have missed it, and so far this game didn't really offer any optional things. Obviously you can miss flint boxes and oil, and maybe I did, and notes as well. You can figure out what's needed to be done, what the puzzles are like, even without the notes, and mostly you will only miss out on the lore, the backstory. But it's still an interesting thing that with items, there's not many optional items here. But hey, maybe we found something interesting. No, I did notice, I recently skipped through the VOD of last week's stream while I was looking for some clips, and I noticed there was one room, I do believe in the dungeons, that I might have not opened. When I went close to it, some creatures started bashing on it, and I don't think I ever opened that. So that's interesting. And just now we obviously have this item we didn't use, so maybe there are a few things you can check. That box that was collecting the overflow when we redirected the sewer water, I didn't check that after opening the second and third valve, only before opening the first and after. So maybe there are little things that you can find, little details that you can learn about. Maybe there is more to the game, and we miss a few. But it is interesting that there is this item that we found but did not need to use. I'm quite interested what will happen later on with the game puzzles. But for now, let's return and let's see what we have. That seems to be a winch, and we have 4 doors. So let's go this way first. I like this place. It's easy to navigate, you won't get lost, there's nothing in between. Okay, this is good. So 1 done. Let's go here. Next one. It won't budge. That's a good kind of door. Of the checklist. Ow. I hate when I do that. Okay, let's slide this. More caved in rocks and such. Ooh. No door. Bit concerning. Tinderbox. I actually said flint box, didn't I? It's tinderbox. The barrel contains more than half a lantern worth of oil. Well, it won't for long. The lantern is now fully refilled. The barrel contains a few drops of oil. So there are apparently different lines. There's one that would maybe say a barrel contains a full lantern full of oil. That was maybe the one I found in the sewers, and then half a lantern burn and then a few drops. That's nice. I'm not sure if it's programmed into the game that based on how much oil is in the barrel, it displays a different line or it's just manually written, but it's a nice detail. And in a way you could maybe figure out how much oil is in it by knocking on the barrel, on the outside of the barrel. I think it's made out of metal, so it would have a different sound based on if you are striking a part that has oil or submerged in oil or not, if it's above the level of the liquid inside. So that's again a nice detail. Oil barrels. Now let's see what else we have here.
9th of August 1839. I can't stop sweating and shaking. The warding ritual was not something of a sane mind. I did not even realize the dungeon was still in use. Alexander had his servants bring one of the prisoners, a murderer, he told me. Alexander made all the arrangements, but he said I had to perform the ritual in order to have the right effect. The shadow could be led astray by the blood of another. Killing the man would provide us precious time. What else could I do? Alexander said it had to be done. He is saving my life. I don't have the luxury of argument.
Oh, so Daniel killed a person. No, I do understand his reasoning here in a way, but it still shows that Alexander doesn't fully disclose every detail to Daniel. I wouldn't say that he doesn't fully trust him, because I'm not even sure that Alexander trusts Daniel at all. And that's not against Daniel or Alexander. They really don't have to, because what's important to Alexander is the orb, and obviously the shadow is a problem, so Alexander has to do something about the imminent danger, and that is obviously good for Daniel, but it's kind of a side effect. Now, I don't say that Alexander would necessarily be that terrible. We still don't know. Obviously, he has done some terrible things, and seemingly Daniel did some really bad things as well. Well, at least recently, because this was... Let me see, in the diaries, this was 9th of August. And I do believe the note we wrote to ourselves, that's the 19th of August. So we are getting closer and closer. And we are learning more and more about what's happening here, only 10 days away now in the past. Pipes. Now let's see what we have to do here. We have 2 levers. It is not working. Something must be wrong with the machine. Let me guess. I have to pull the 2 at the same time. I knew I should have brought that helping hand with me. I fucking knew it. I'm not going back to it, so... I have to find another arm, I guess. Okay. Let me see what we scribbled. 2 levers on the top floor are not working. It is probably some problem with the machinery. It is concerning me deeply that Daniel said the top floor, because that almost sounds like there is a bottom floor and that I should return there, which I certainly do not want to. But then again, there wasn't really anything left on the bottom floor that I didn't check and could be helpful to me. Just for the fact So let's see. Okay, interesting place. Let's light this one. I don't want to light all of them because I don't have that luxury. I don't even think you can light even half of all the torches and such. Now this reminds me of a place. We saw a sort of spiraling staircase earlier when we looked down on or through a window through the cell bars in the middle of the dungeon. There was this one room that was where am I? That was surrounded by walls, but we could peek down. I don't think it was this big, and I also don't see any windows. There is that one hole in the ceiling. This is really properly deep. So let's see what we have here.
Agrippa, I need you to stay awake. Can you feel the syringe?
No, I can't feel anything. Alexander,
Yes.
soon I won't even be able to move, will I?
Your life is safe.
I don't doubt that. But will it be worth living?
Agrippa. Once again, we are returning to a much earlier time. Decades before Daniel. Let's look around here. What's beneath the staircase? Maybe we can find something of use. Oh, thank you. I would appreciate some oil, but then again, I would always appreciate that. Gimme! Gimme! Okay. Well, apparently that's all we have here, so... Let's go, let's move on. We can light this. Actually, we can light pretty much all of them if we really want to now. We have 2 doors. Let's see where they lead. Or we only have 1? Oh! We only have 1. And this is that one. This is right in front of the staircase. My apologies. I got a bit disoriented. Well, why is the laboratory boarded up, I wonder? Must be for a good reason. Comforting sounds those are. Ow! How many times should I whack myself in the face? You know what? Once you dive into the madness, you might as well go all the way, right? No. Not.
Help me.
Ow!
Switch.
Okay. Crystal clear. Okay.
To me.
Switch next to you. You mean this one?
Thank you. You have my gratitude. My name is Agrippa. Who might you be? Daniel? Like the prophet thrown into the lion's den? Tell me, are you among the lions, Daniel? You want to stop Alexander? Oh my, so Babylon shall fall, you say? You've hurried too much. Alexander is toothless without an all. He has one. That's not very promising at all. The sanctum is basically impenetrable, but against the white hole. It could be breached by another, but Alexander broke my old, a long time ago. Really? Well, if you tell the truth, by all means, seek out the pieces of the broken orb and mend away. I believe he uses them for torture now. They practically leak matter, which is quite useful, I understand. There should be 6 of them. Look around the choir and the transept. You should be able to find them there.
Alright, that is quite interesting. First of all, why the spikes? But okay. So he...
Dad, I hate to bother you further, but if you're really going after Alexander, would you consider taking me with you? I know it sounds ridiculous. I mean, look at me. But if you find anything concerning a man named Johann Reiner, would you please bring it to me? I believe he was working on a way to help him. A recipe for some sort of potion. A tonic to free me from this husk of mine.
Okay, even more questions. So, he is Agrippa. The Agrippa we heard about before. Let me see. Yes, this was from Agrippa. And this is the Johann there he just mentioned, who was his most trusted student. Now, I do believe in the local folklore we have here saying that Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa visited Olstedt, which is a nearby area, at the start of the 16th century. And later on we found that letter from him that details him finding an orb and running with it, and he mentions, I do believe, a guardian. Here it is. The guardian had taken the orb from me, but still, until this day, I fear its return. So the guardian was Alexander? That is interesting. No, it seems that Johann there was trying to help Agrippa after this, but as we know, this is 1839, so some 200 years later, and Agrippa is here, alive. Now in the flashback we hear that for some reason he became unable to move, and that looks about right.
Oh, exactly. So many of Alexander's things are breaking down. Look around. Maybe there's another room. There are machine parts hidden all over this place. You'll find a way to fix it.
Cheerful fella. I'm actually curious what this thing is, because he seems to be talking through these.
I'm Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. I was once quite important, you know. Baron Alexander has sustained my soul in this dead husk for years. Who knows how many? Hundreds, I presume.
Yes, so he is there in body, but he's talking through here.
Alexander is quite impressive in many ways, but he has grown impatient.
And also, what is with his mouth? Well,
By me, I'm the next best thing. Alexander really wanted none other than Johann Reiner. You never heard of Johann Reiner? My God, boy. He's probably the greatest man in history. And you don't know him? Or is it the world who has forgotten you?
Alright, questions are piling up, and quite a lot of these spikes here. This place looks...
My people. My people. Yes, I do take pride in that. Is it so wrong?
Okay, can I speak? Like, I understand you have a lot... well...
Found the Mithraeum funds. One which had not been plundered. Do you know Mithraism? I suppose it doesn't matter. It is an old faith, building temples out of caverns. The Dark Walls being the universe, and inside are its followers. Humans, watching the sky slowly turn. But the followers do have one thing to allow them a real sense of connection, creation. The orbs.
Alright, I feel like we'll be here for a while.
Not many orbs are left. They sometimes consume themselves, or break, when used by an uninitiated. I was lucky. The orb I found spared my life and returned to where I found it. I know because Alexander took it and brought it to Brandenburg.
So, you took it from Brandenburg, and Alexander didn't know about it?
Vaya was a brave man and dared to proceed where I did not. He unearthed a number of cavern temples and gathered a whole collection of orbs. But, unlike every other finder since the fall of the Mithraeum faith, he was able to unshackle the horror you and I connected with the orbs. He used them and was able to travel far and wide, beyond the world itself.
What happened to him?
Me, powerful. Not the way I hoped for. I've done all that I can to escape this prison. But now, I use all my strength merely to stay alive.
Okay, but why was it important to Agrippa
My
to...
pupil, Johann Weyer, said he'd found a way to take me with him, beyond the stars. But I was too afraid to come along. Silly. And now, all I can do is regret it.
It's interesting because I do believe Alexander mentioned somewhere that he was angry at Agrippa for going somewhere where he wanted to.
And give me a second chance. But so does Alexander. That's why he keeps me here, as a hostage, hoping Vaya will reveal himself.
Oh, that makes sense. So it wasn't Agrippa who troubled, it was Wire.
You're a good boy, Daniel.
Thanks.
And I appreciate your company. But I believe you have more important things to take care of.
I mean, I don't want to be rude and just leave you here. Obviously, you have a lot of things to say.
You should hurry, Daniel. No time for sitting around.
Actually, I'm standing. There isn't a chair. Well, actually, let me get a chair.
You're a good boy, Daniel. And I appreciate your company. But I believe you have more important things to take care of.
Come on, I just sat down. Alright. Now what do we have here? Oil? Not sure what this sound is.
No time for sitting around.
I understand, Agrippa, I understand. I'm trying to observe my surroundings. I'm still curious what this place is and what is that machine next to Agrippa, but I guess I will have to wait with my questions for a bit. So we have 2 additional...
You're a good boy, Daniel. And I appreciate your company.
Really, I greatly appreciate your words as well, but I'm trying. Okay. So we have one way here. We have 2 additional doors here. Yes! It cannot be opened from here. It actually has the same mark as or symbol that the one I do believe in the Source Head? Okay, so these two are not working. Now I will check these because I'm curious, and I almost feel happy that I actually found something. Actually, I do need that chair. I understand, Agrippa, I understand you've been here for hundreds of years, and I barely remember who the fuck I am, so give me some time to actually figure that out. Haha. What did I do? No idea, but I did something. And nothing changed. I think I might have... Why can't I jump now? I might have fixed a problem that wasn't even a problem yet, but hey. Better soon than never, right? I don't think that's how that saying goes. Ow! Wow, I have a tough head. Yes, yes, I understand, I will be on my way in a moment. Actually just saw something there. If you say good boy one more freaking time, I will chop your head off. Oh, look at that! That's such a cool detail. It hits the lamp and it has the physics to it. That's freaking brilliant. I love that. Oh goodness, that is so nice. Okay, okay, I'm going. What did I say about that? Alright. Let's see what's here. Let's close the door. Ah, this seems like another pantry of sorts. Bunch of food. I like how we are just going from one place to another at this point, not even understanding the structure that we are trying to traverse. Okay, so this is yet another bigger ow area. Okay. What is this? This is not even a cell at this point. Let me look at my resources and mementos. Okay. A heavy door is blocking the pad. That's actually ×2. Two levers on the top floor are not working. It is probably some problem with the machinery. Oh, maybe that's what we fixed. Oh ho 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 ho. Sorry, Agrippa.
How are things coming?
Oh, they are great.
No time for sitting around.
Everything is just fine and dandy. Ho ho, maybe that's what I fixed. That would be quite ingenious, I have to say. That was up here. No, that's a far stretch. I mean, that's really, really deep compared to what I wanted to fix or where the machine is, but let's give it a try. I think it was here, right? Somewhere here. Let's see. Haha! It's a machine and it's working. And I'm taking the rest. Refilled lantern with a few drops of oil. The barrel contains no oil. Thank you. Well, I have absolutely no idea what I did. But hey, I did it. Haha! That's clever. Okay, that's clever. I'm happy that I didn't fix something in advance, because then you kind of miss out on the entire problem solving aspect, and sometimes it's not even obvious what you missed.
Daniel, you have gone too far. I have to stop you. I can't let you proceed any further. I'm sorry, my friend.
Don't fall on my head, don't fall on my head, don't fall on my head. Okay. Okay, this is still... won't budge. Well, I can't imagine why. I don't think I can light that. I could light that. How much I have left? 2? Okay, we won't.
How are things coming? You got the doors
Great!
open? Good going. I knew you could do it.
Oh, I opened the doors! Oh yes, of course, that's exactly what I was trying to do. Yes, yes. My brilliance knows no boundaries. Agrippa, the dying man, seeks a note written by a man named Johann Weyer. Okay. An orb is needed to enter the inner sanctum. Its shattered pieces lie scattered in the torture rooms. No, because we have access to this place first, I will go to this place first. I think my sanity just shattered. Ah, slight headache, that's okay. Alright. So we had that room, but that was quite fruitless. So torture rooms. Well, these look like torture rooms, so they could hold the pieces. Come on, give me that, thank you. My apologies for pilfering everything. Okay. Oh, there's one here as well. Almost missed it. Nothing. Great. Now maybe I'm the silly one, but how many torture rooms are there if these are not the ones I'm looking for? Oh, this is where I stole it. Yes, sorry about that. Now let's see what's up here. Not needed. Okay. Slightly concerning. Ow. My apologies. Quite a big place this is, I have to say. But no shattered orb piece so far.
I know this. I've been here already. I know this taste. A taste of Damascus rose obfuscating the truth in a dim haze. They may sweep the traces from my memory, but my body remembers. These cuts speak volumes, even though my mind remains silent. They will be back. They will be back.
Oh, wait. That is the concoction Daniel drank. So Alexander gave this mixture to people he tortured so they wouldn't remember what happened. What's this? Picked up meat. I'm not so thrilled about it. Last time around in a Frictional Games game, when I needed meat, I had to run from dogs. Well, Agrippa, I have great news.
You're a good boy, Daniel.
Oh no, don't start that again. Okay, let's see what's this way.
Things to take care of.
What's this haze? I was hoping for a small place. Transept. Okay, let's look around what we have here. Okay. Do we have another lantern somewhere so I can maybe see? That was all of my oil, was it? Well, I have one, but yeah, that was all. Well, wait a moment, I have an idea. Ha ha ha! Let's go fishing! Okay, I think we caught it. Now let's go back! That didn't work. Maybe we need something to lure out the fishy. Ha 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 ha! Now here's the question. If I lower this into the depths and whatever is there, it latches onto it and I pull it out, then it will be up here and not down there. So I'm not sure if that's a good thing, because if it's invisible, but I will be running. But maybe it can't do much outside of the water. I mean, like a fish, right? Well, it's not a fish, but let's hope. Okay, there we go. Oh ho ho ho, that's a catch. Okay, okay, okay. Something is pulling the rope. I know something is pulling the rope. That's why I did this. Come on. You pesky fucking thing. Alrighty. Ah, there it... what? Picked up remains. I was hoping to catch a fish. Remains. The bone is covered in mucus. So I have the fish thing's spit. I guess I'm happy. Wrong button. Okay, let's see what's this way then. I can go to the laboratory. Choir entrance. Oh, so many rooms. So many places to discover. Give me oil. Not much is here. Nothing. Load them. Why is the game so sure about me getting hurt instead of using oil? It's really quite sure about that. Aha, memory? Oil? Oil? Tinderbox. I'm not even sure if the oil would fit in these drawers, I'm honest. Agrippa channels... Where? What? Where taunts me from the other side. I trusted him with my true reason for my efforts, and still he insists on me releasing Agrippa. How an enlightened man can show such lack of compassion in a seat of power disgusts me. I can't bring myself to part from Agrippa, as he is and has been for centuries my only link to the worlds beyond. So apparently Alexander is from some other world, and he, I assume, either wanted Weyer, and that's why he got in contact with Agrippa, but I don't think so. That was later on what Agrippa was talking about. What happened is Agrippa found that orb, and Alexander somehow, I guess, found Agrippa and helped him with fending off the destruction that is following it. And now it's interesting. Now what happened, well, it wasn't now, it was a long time ago. Agrippa sent this letter to Weyer, right? We read that, and I guess Weyer came to Brennenburg, and Agrippa was actually helping Alexander. We know that with the explosive mixture. I think we found a note about that, how to mix it and all that. And so he was kind of working for him, and later on Weyer joined, and I guess they somehow succeeded in reaching this other world, but instead of Alexander going through there, Weyer did. And that's what enraged Alexander. And that's why he said that Agrippa went where he wanted to. Except maybe it wasn't Agrippa really, but Weyer. And so Agrippa stayed here. And that's what he meant, that Alexander kept him so Weyer returns. Weyer was the important person here, and Agrippa was the link, but not initially. Initially, maybe it was kind of a coincidence that they even met. Later on, it became important for Alexander to find Weyer again after he went off into the other worlds and went all discovering. And based on how much time has passed, I'm not even sure if Weyer is alive or where he is. Maybe in another world, maybe he returned to Earth, just not to Brennenburg. But Alexander apparently still trying. No, Agrippa said that Alexander broke one orb, the orb that Agrippa found. But, well, there is the other one that Daniel found, and that is now in the inner sanctum, but you cannot go into the inner sanctum if an orb is already there, except if you have another one. So now we have to put together one of the other orbs, well, the other orb. But again, it's interesting that I think Agrippa mentioned that Weyer made such a big collection of orbs. So where are those? Maybe he used them to travel, but then if it wasn't just one travel, then how is it that Alexander couldn't find him or follow him? It's a bit hazy here, but I think Agrippa was kept here to make Weyer return. Weyer claims he tries his best to release me from my banishment, but that he needs me to give him Agrippa first so he too can help. If he could guarantee success, I would happily oblige, but who am I to part from him if my return might be denied? I know what they are capable of. I have seen their deception. Optimism is a most hopeless feeling, but I must retain it. I shall prepare for his release. So, apparently after Weyer went off and kind of tricked Alexander, he wanted Agrippa to be released, and that would be the kind of trade here. that Alexander releases Agrippa, and then Agrippa and Weyer work together to help Alexander, except they are not really trusting one another. Not Agrippa and Alexander, but, well, they two, but not Agrippa and Weyer, but Weyer and Alexander. These odd names. To release Agrippa without killing him, Weyer told me to feed him a tonic made from a paralyzer, Vitae and Tempter. The poisonous fungi should work as a paralyzer if I can find the internal gland from a large specimen. The choir seems to be a fertile ground for this sort. Oh no, the choir is full of it too. I should then be able to extract its contents with the proper tools. The Vitae could be extracted as usual from any agonized human victim's blood. I just need large amounts to distill it properly. Remember to collect this during the next torture session. Tempter, on the other hand, will prove more difficult. I don't think it exists in this world. Simply writing the word with these letters looks wrong. I believe it's a property of the secretion in the water-dwelling cairn. Cairn? No. Cairn. I will have to address Weyer with this, as he will have to supply me with a host. Also, a properly prepared well should suffice to contain it. Also, that's on the bottom of the well. So maybe the other invisible creatures roaming in the waters is a similar creature? Those are cairns too? I am unsure, honestly, but it's interesting. It's also interesting how are they talking, because Alexander here says that he will have to address Weyer with this, but how? How are they talking? Because he says that Weyer taunts him from the other side, but I guess that's kind of a figurative thing. I'm not sure. Weyer claims he tries his best to release me from my banishment, but that he needs me to give him Agrippa first, so he too can help. I'm not sure how this is, but I guess Alexander was able to make this mixture because, well, Agrippa is in a bad state. In court, the Order of the Black Eagles brew their politics at each other while I sit quietly in place, willfully forgotten. Once in a while, someone will notice me and lose themselves in a silent cover before regaining their senses. They all know I am the one and the same Alexander who helped their fathers and grandfathers to found this great order. I've seen them take their fathers' places, and they too will grow old and pass away, while I remain the same, aged not by time, but by anguish. That's a nice sentence at the end. And actually I just realized, well, not realized, but at the previous of such memory containers, that if you wait a while and not press any buttons, it will still return to the game. At least that is what it seemed last time, so let's wait a bit here. But really quite interesting how apparently Weyer may be trying to trick Alexander, told him to give this concoction to Agrippa, because if in that state, then he hands over Agrippa, then maybe Weyer can, you know, reverse the effects, and then Agrippa is free and healthy and all that, which is interesting, and as you can see indeed it returns to the game. But something didn't go according to plan, because Agrippa is here, And where, well, we don't know about him, but Alexander is here in theory, and it seems Daniel just kind of got thrown into this 200-year-old tale. Quite a situation, that is. And here it's interesting. I think that that is the order that was mentioned in one of the notes. I think Wilhelm's. Yes, here it actually mentions the order. I think it's some important order in Prussia in this game, and apparently it is now confirmed that indeed there's only one, and only one Alexander, who is now a few hundred years old. So indeed he is from somewhere else, and this mucus is from that creature that we learned about. So I think we will later on will need to make this mixture. I'm not sure why, but we have one of the things we need for it. I think this VTuber or whatever it is we will find in the torture chambers next to the pieces of the orbs, or the orb, the shattered pieces. And the last thing we will find in the choir from the fungus or mushrooms growing there. So hey, we kind of have a plan, except we have absolutely no idea what we are doing. Also, I still have this wooden crank. I thought I would need it earlier when I was fishing, but that's okay. Well, that's it for this room, it seems. And I feel like this is it for today. It's been 4 hours, and once again we reached one of these hub areas. We actually went through quite a lot of places recently.
Get her back.
What?
How are things coming? Incredible. You found Vire's recipe. Then there might still be a chance. Listen carefully. Alexander is working on opening a gate, a door to another world. It's where he wants to go. If you could put your anger aside, let him open the portal before you take your revenge. Let me pass the gate, Daniel. Please, find the ingredients and prepare the tonic Vire describes. And do so before you assemble the orb. The barrier keeping you from the inner sanctum will only be breached for a short time. Unless everything is taken care of before mending the orb, you won't be able to save me.
Okay, so this is interesting, because I thought this mixture, since one of its ingredients is a paralyzer, I thought that was what, well, put Agrippa in this state, but maybe it wasn't Vare's workings that this happened to Agrippa. Maybe it was just Alexander doing something, or maybe it's just that Agrippa is so old that even though Alexander was somehow able to keep him alive, and I think he mentioned that Alexander keeps him alive with this machine or whatever that is by his side, that thing that he speaks out of. Maybe he just grew so old that he can't really move. But then, what was this conversation we overheard? When we were quite close, I think, up there. We overheard that memory where Agrippa asked if he would be able to move in a short while, or he would not be able to do. I'm not sure. I'm a tad bit confused. We have a lot of pieces here, but still the puzzle pieces not quite fit together. One note speaks of a mixture made with 3 ingredients. Okay. Well, that is indeed here. To release Agrippa without killing him. I'm not sure what this is about. Vayer told me to feed him a tonic made from Paralyzer, Whitey, and Tempter. That's interesting. But hey, this is what we will have to do. Optimism is a most hopeless feeling, but I must retain it. I shall prepare for his release. Now I'm pretty sure this is an old note. But then again, Agrippa talks about the past and time in a weird way, because he said that Vayer was working on some mixture to help him, but we don't know when that happened. Once again, he said that he's been here for a long time, maybe hundreds of years, and indeed, it's been most likely hundreds of years, but his sense of time is not entirely reliable, which makes perfect sense because he's been here for so long. Unfortunately, it is quite sad in a way. He is interestingly optimistic, almost cheerful. Really odd. But hey, that's it for today. We will continue from here next time around. But for now, we have to exit, save the game, and look at our wonderful trophies. Because we got trophies, not even one, I think. Maybe one? Was it one? Was it two? I'm not even sure. I have to check myself. But we made some great progress. Apparently only one? Maybe I didn't make such great progress. Pipe Worker, another bronze one, as you can see from the frame of the icon, lowered the water level in the cistern to reveal a new way out in Amnesia, the Dark Descent. Yes. That was the sewers, and then up to the area where Daniel is now. Yeah, really nice. Really nice image. But it is fun, and we did it. It even shows that happiness that overcomes Daniel when he solves a puzzle. That little enlightenment in a visual sense, which is quite funny. So, with this done, it is time to find someone to raid. So I do thank you for joining me today. It is time to give the good old PlayStation 4 some rest. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. We will be back with more Amnesia hopefully next week on Friday as always. But until then, I will have to figure out my schedule for next week. And today we are going to raid someone I don't think I ever raided. That is Zortum. I'm not sure about the pronunciation, but that is a constant when it comes to me and the names. So thank you so much for joining me today. We reached 62 out of 100 with the T emoticon unlock. And that is great. I'm really happy about that. We made some good progress with the game. Maybe we have this area, maybe one more after it. It kind of seems like the storylines are all getting tied together, which is nice. It's a fun little game and I greatly enjoyed, that is for sure. So we'll see what will happen. This week we finished yet another Zombie Defense HD. We got the Platinum. And we'll see what will happen. But for now, I thank you for joining me today. Don't forget to hydrate if you are in a warm climate. Do some stretching and please say hello to Zortum. Have a great day and as always, good night.